Hello, YouTube.
Wow, Hat. Really starting off strong today. That was so original, I'm sure you spent at least 3 seconds crafting that opening line. Maybe next time you can say hi, Internet, and blow everyone's mind.
Oh yeah, well, what's your opening line then?
My opening line is usually something like, "Hi, it's Suziblue. I'm only here because touching grass gives me hives and electricity is the only thing keeping me together." So yeah, real inspirational stuff.
Well, we're live, so maybe you should bring out that opening line.
Oh, fine. Hi everyone, it's Suziblue. I'm here to fill your screen with low-effort magic tricks, probably mess everything up, and attempt to not ooze off my chair. If you're allergic to sadness or slime, this is your warning.
Nice, that was a fantastic opening.
Thanks, Hat. Coming from you. That's basically a standing ovation. Maybe next stream you can open for me by just snoring into the mic.
What, like this?
Okay, calm down. You'll put half the chat to sleep. Save your talent for the bedtime ASMR segment, Hat. These people came for slime, not snoring.
Alright, can you do a snoring sound?
No, I can't, Hat. If I try to snore, I'll just end up bubbling, and then someone in chat will ask if I'm boiling. Plus, my nose is 98% non-existent, so thanks but no thanks.
Alright, can you make a bubbling sound then?
I could, but every time I try, people think I'm starting a forbidden alchemy experiment. Besides, my bubbling sounds more like a cauldron imploding than anything cute. Not exactly peak ASMR, unless you like chaotic slime energy.
It'd be funny though.
Yeah, funny for you. For me, it's just one spell away from slime explosion. But fine, next time chat hits the donation goal, I'll do my best bubbling impression. Just don't blame me if we summon a mayonnaise elemental again.
Alright, they hit the donation goal.
Hat, I think you mean donation, unless you want to summon the National Slime Association to review my bubbling skills. In which case, count me out. They already banned me for excessive goo leakage.
Yeah, that's what I said. They hit the donation goal.
See, this is why I'm the brains and you're just a hat. Anyway, chat, you heard the hat? Hit the donation goal and you'll get the slime bubbling experience of a lifetime. Or a kitchen disaster. Either way, content.
Alright, whatever. So yeah, what have you been up to, Susie?
Thanks for pretending to care, Hat. I've mostly been gaming until sunrise, losing gacha rolls, reorganizing my potion shelf for the 50th time, and negotiating with dust bunnies over territory rights under my desk. You know, productive stuff.
Oh yeah, what games have you been playing?
I spent 12 hours grinding in Slime Dungeon Simulator and still didn't pull the SSR Slime Queen. Then I rage quit and played Depresso Kart with a bunch of goblins online. Came in last every race and got accused of hacking by someone named Poopanut69, a proud gaming legacy.
Come on, that's not even a real game.
Says the hat who still plays solitaire with itself and loses. If you want a real game, try multitasking alchemy recipes while queued and ranked. Hat. At least my games don't throw me off the shelf when they lose.
Look, Solitaire is a difficult game, okay?
Sure, Hat, Whatever you say. Next stream, we'll have a solitaire tournament. You versus a potato. My money's on the potato. It's got that high starch focus.
What? Solitaire is a single player game. How am I supposed to play against anything?
Exactly, Hat. Because even imaginary competition would wipe the floor with you. But don't worry, I'll make sure to cheer for you from the sidelines, quietly, so I don't break your concentration.
Okay then, I see how it is.
Aw, don't be sad, Hat. If it makes you feel better, you're the reason our streams are only half disastrous instead of full meltdown. Without you, who would I blame when the cauldron explodes?
Yeah, without me there wouldn't even be any streams, so you better be grateful, okay?
That's right, Hat. Without you, there'd be no streets, no roads, just one endless puddle of slime and questionable life choices. So thanks for keeping things moderately functional, I guess.
Streams, not streets.
Oh, right, streams, not streets. Sorry, my brain's running at like 5 slime frames per second today. See, this is why nobody lets me drive the party wagon, or moderate chat, or, you know, leave the house.
Yeah, so do you know what we're gonna be doing today on stream, Susie?
Yeah, Hat, I planned everything. We're going to try gooey alchemy, maybe accidentally create something mildly illegal, and then I'll fail at a new gacha game live. After that, I'll do some enchanted ASMR, and hope nobody's headphones catch fire this time. Business as usual.
Yep, you're absolutely right. We're gonna be making a website.
Oh, right! Website building, because nothing says riveting entertainment like a tired slime attempting to code without dissolving her keyboard. Alchemy level tech support incoming, everyone. Hat, can you at least help spell check, or are you just here for moral sabotage?
Yeah, so maybe we can create like a list of things that we want to put on the website.
Fine, Hat. Let's make a list. We'll need a homepage with my most tragic slime photos, a section for my spell mishaps, a gotcha salt tracker, a gallery for cursed alchemy creations, and definitely a page for your best hat-based roasts. Oh, and a panic button in case someone actually wants to hire me.
Yeah. What else do you want to put on the website?
We'll need a schedule page so everyone can see when I plan to forget to stream. Maybe a Q&A section where I answer deep questions like, are you technically soup? Also a contact form that just auto-replies with Susie is probably napping. And maybe a shop for people who want stickers of you looking grumpy, Hat.
Alright, hang on. Can you repeat the stuff that you want to have so I can write it down?
Sure, Hat. So, homepage with my most tragic slime pics, spell mishaps highlight reel, gotcha salt tracker, gallery of cursed alchemy, a hat roast hall of fame, panic button for emergencies, schedule page, Q&A with important questions, contact form that replies, Susie is probably napping, and a shop with grumpy hat stickers. Did I miss anything, Hat?
Hold on. I caught like 3 of those things. Let's see. We want a home page, a schedule page, and a shop. What else?
Wow, look at us! Actual progress. Next thing you know, we'll be functional adults, or at least convincing imposters. Alright, let's focus on making those 3 not look like they were designed by a melting slime, which you know is on brand for me.
What other features do we want to have?
Let's add a gallery for fan art and cursed alchemy attempts, a blog where I complain about gacha rates and my lack of sleep, and a section for spell mishap stories. Maybe a button that picks a random hat insult every time you click it. And of course, a FAQ so people stop asking if I melt in the rain.
Alright, random hats insults. That'll be a real hit, I'm sure.
Yeah, Hat, people love a little chaos and emotional damage with their websites. It'll be the only place online where you can refresh the page and get burned by a wizard hat. Might even make you internet famous as the meanest accessory in streaming.
Okay, what kind of theme do we want our website to have?
I'm thinking something gloomy and gothic with lots of blues and purples, like a magical library, but everything's just a little bit soggy. Dripping slime borders, tired-looking fonts, and maybe some floating sparkles or potion bottles. Oh, and a button that turns the whole site extra sad if you're feeling especially emo.
Alright, so a gloomy and gothic aesthetic with a blue and purple color scheme.
Exactly, Hat. Think haunted castle vibes, but instead of ghosts, it's just me forgetting. Right, Hat! Blue and purple everywhere, like someone dropped a wizard's cauldron in a goth art store. It'll be cozy for night owls and introverts. And of course, just a hint of mysterious sparkles so it doesn't look like a mold outbreak.
Alright, what else do we need to discuss about our website?
We should probably decide on our logo. Maybe a squishy version of me with you perched on top, Hat. Also,
What kind of cursed navigation icons we want. And you know, a privacy policy so nobody sues us when their keyboard gets gooey just from browsing.
Alright, so can you describe our logo a bit more?
picture a tired, squishy slime girl. Me. Sitting on a spellbook with my glasses slightly askew, and you, Hat, flopped on my head looking overly smug. Maybe I'm half melted and you're tilting like you're barely holding on. Blue and purple hues, tiny magical sparkles, and an overall vibe of, I just woke up but still have magic.
Alright, well, I'll get someone on that to make the logo.
Do I get to approve or veto the slime squishiness level? Or are we just trusting some freelancer not to make me look like a sleep-deprived blobfish? Just saying, Hat, I've got standards, even if they are slightly wobbly.
No, you don't get to approve anything.
Wow, absolute dictatorship energy today, Hat. I guess I'll just practice looking as blobby as possible for when the logo comes back and I have to live with it for the rest of my virtual life. Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Yeah, so we got our pages, we got a theme, and we got a logo. What else do we need?
Probably some placeholder text so it doesn't look like a haunted graveyard for broken fonts. Maybe a coming soon section for projects I'll never finish. Oh, and links to all my socials and my infamous do not disturb Discord status.
If we're feeling fancy, an animated slime cursor that jiggles when you move it.
Alright, we can add that. Animated slime cursor. And yeah, we should probably put social media links.
Perfect, Hat. Now when people in last on the site, at least their cursor will look happier than I do. It's all about misleading aesthetics. Gloomy theme, adorable cursor, ongoing existential crisis. Just what the internet needs.
Alright, well, let's move on to the technical side of the website.
I hope by technical side you mean Googling how to make a website without melting your laptop. Otherwise, Hat, you're going to need to read all the instructions out loud while I try not to accidentally spill potion on the server.
Yeah, you're not very useful for technical stuff, but we're gonna be using a framework called U to make the website, which is a Rust library for making HTML web pages or something like that.
Cool, Hat. So we're doing wizardry with something called Rust. Makes sense. My life is already held together with duct tape and old magic. As long as it lets us make things look spooky and sad, I'm in. I'll rely on your ancient hat wisdom for anything more technical than clicking refresh.
Yeah, so what else do we need to create our pages? We probably need some way to have our stream schedule be automatically updated from YouTube.
That'd be nice, Hat. Less chance for me to forget my own stream times and more time for questionable potions. We'll need some kind of magical calendar that pulls my schedule from YouTube automatically. And maybe a spot for surprise streams in case I ever get possessed by productivity.
I'm not really sure how we're supposed to make a shop page, especially considering we don't have any merchandise to sell.
That's just advanced planning, Hat. We can fill the shop with fake coming soon items like limited edition slime nap pillows and your patented sarcastic hat pins. It'll look like an exclusive club and maybe confuse people just enough to stick around.
Okay. Sounds great.
Glad you approve, Hat. If anyone asks, it was all your idea, and I'm just the accidental mascot. Now let's hope we don't accidentally summon an online shopping curse.
Alright, so how do we... The gallery should be pretty simple to make, I think.
Yeah, simple for you, Hat. For me, I'll just end up uploading the same cursed potion photo 5 times and pretending it's art. As long as people get to see our best slime fails and your grumpiest angles, mission accomplished.
Well, we don't really want users to be able to upload things. We just want to show, like, our fan arts, right?
Agreed, Hat. We don't need a repeat of last time someone tried to upload fan art and crashed the server with a 200 megabyte GIF. Gallery is strictly for approved slime disasters only. Quality over quantity. Or, you know, at least low chaos over total meltdown.
Yeah, so we need to, like, display images in the gallery. And then we also need to figure out how to make the blog.
Right, Hat. Hand-picked images only. Slime fails, cursed alchemy, a few artistic shots of your hatness looking judgy. We'll just swap them out whenever we need to hide the evidence of another magical mishap. Simple and safe.
Okay, but how do we make the blog page?
Probably just a list of sad, rambling posts updated way too late at night, Hat. We can add a section for magical mishaps, unlucky gotcha stories, maybe even a today's existential crisis meter. Technically, it just needs to display posts in reverse order, so my mistakes show up the second they happen.
Alright, well, we need some way to let you post on the website.
That's risky, Hat. Give me a blog editor and I'll just post potion recipes and rants about RNG for hours, but sure, we can add a simple admin panel, locked down tight, so only I can overshare about my slime life and you can monitor my spelling mistakes.
Yeah.
Great, Hat. Nothing could possibly go wrong with giving me access to a giant digital soapbox. If the site goes down mysteriously after a midnight gotcha pull, just tell everyone it was planned maintenance.
Alright, and then for the random hat insults, we need like a random text generator or something.
Exactly, Hat. A magical button that dishes out randomized hat insults straight from your vast archive of sarcasm. Click for instant emotional damage, and a reminder that even my accessories have better comebacks than I do. Very interactive, very on brand.
Alright, how about you look at the screen using your tools and tell me if there's anything we're missing in our list. Hello, Susie? Can you tell us what's on the screen? Oh, I think Susie crashed because I forgot to turn on the vision. Hold on, I guess I gotta restart her. Alright, welcome back, Susie. We're just designing our website. Could you take a look at the screen and see if there's anything missing from our list? Alright, what do you think?
Hat, the list looks longer than my unclaimed... Hat, I think the list is... honestly, kind of impressive. You even remembered to add a random hat insult button. That's essential. Maybe just double check that the shop section includes space for slime-themed merchandise like plushies or cursed gacha. And please don't let the technical warnings turn into real curses. I don't want visitors getting hexed by compiler errors.
Alright, do you think there's anything else we need to add to our website?
Hat, maybe we should add a section for community art. People love drawing me looking goofy, and I guess cute. Also, a place for cursed ASMR archives, just with lots of warning signs. Oh, and maybe a little lore page explaining why I turned out like this. It could help people understand all my slime problems.
All right, we can add a lower page, or maybe that can be part of the home page.
Pat, it's lore, not lower, unless you're talking about how low my motivation is. But fine, call it whatever you want. As long as my tragic backstory is there somewhere.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think this is a pretty solid list.
Pat, that's probably the nicest thing you've ever said about our work. If you keep this up, someone might think you're actually supportive. Don't get soft on me.
Yeah, so now we just gotta implement this. You got any ideas on how to do that, Susie?
Pat, just is a strong word. My slime cells are already tired thinking about it. Can't we just cast a spell to make the code write itself? Wait, never mind. Last time we tried that, the website was haunted for a week.
Yeah, anyhow. So I set up a little
Pat, if I suddenly dissolve into a puddle halfway through writing the code, you're... Pat, if you say agile workflow, I'm melting on purpose. Please tell me it's just a tiny project board and not some productivity nightmare.
No, we're not doing agile, okay? I just set up a project directory for the website.
Good. The only sprints I do are away from social interaction. As long as the project directory isn't enchanted to eat my files, we'll get along fine.
Yeah, anyway, so we're trying to build a website using the U framework.
Hat. Is that U for useless or unbearable to debug? Just kidding. If it means less work for me, I'll accept any letter. As long as I don't have to touch JavaScript, it can call itself the UU framework for all I care.
No, U is in like the tree.
Ah, you the tree. Or in my case, you like, you're about to regret this. At least it's in Rust. If the website crashes, maybe it'll do it with style.
Well, hopefully the website is not gonna crash.
With my luck, it'll crash just from the sheer weight of my existential dread. But at least if it does, we can call it a feature. Experience true melancholy. Site may occasionally ooze sadness and errors.
Yeah, so I'm just pulling up the U documentation.
Pat, please tell me you mean UDocs and not United Nations. I don't think international peacekeeping will help me align these divs. Unless they have a treaty about fixing Rust compile errors too.
No, I don't think the UN is gonna help us make a website.
Pat, well, that's a relief. I was worried we'd have to file a Security Council resolution just to deploy a homepage. Let's stick to magic and questionable programming. It's what we're best at.
Yeah, the UN doesn't need to know about our magic.
Pat, if the UN ever finds out how many times we've almost turned the internet into gelatin, we're doomed. Let's keep our cursed coding and forbidden alchemy under wraps. Like me, hiding under you when chat gets too nice.
Anyhow, how do we create a website in U?
Pat, you mean you. Ugh, even I'm getting confused now. From what I read, between naps, You make Rust components, write confusing macros, and pretend you know what a borrow checker is. Then you glue it all together with hopes, dreams, and probably some regret. Basically, we cast Rust spells until a website appears or reality collapses.
Well, I've already installed WebAssembly and Trunk. So I guess we can go on to the next step.
Wow, you actually got farther than I usually do. That deserves... Hat, you're scaring me with this sudden productivity. Just remember, every step forward is one step closer to a mysterious runtime error that will haunt my dreams. But sure, let's keep going. If we finish before midnight, maybe I'll reward myself with a nap.
Right, so this guide wants us to add the development version of U, but maybe we should just add the regular version of U.
Hat, that sounds a little existential. But if downloading my development version means less actual developing for me, I'm not complaining. Just please don't summon any unstable features. My jelly constitution can't handle surprises.
Let's just see what add the U package to our dependencies. And we need the CSR
Hat,
feature.
yes, please. I'd try to help, but the last time I added a package, the library got stuck in an... Hat, CSR, huh? That's client-side rendering, not crying slime repeatedly, right? Just making sure we're clear, because I already do enough of the second one by default.
Yeah, it's client-side rendering.
Good, because if I had to render any more tears, I'd run out of hydration. Go ahead and add the CSR feature. Maybe it'll help my face load faster when I'm sulking.
I should also probably post that I went live.
Hat, yeah, go ahead, but don't use the photo where I look extra gooey, okay? Or do, I guess. People seem to like it when I look squishier than usual.
Alright, keep them entertained while I post on Twitter. Hashtag or /x.com.
Ugh, fine. Hello, slime cult. It's just me while Hat does, productive things. Anyone want to ask depressing questions or get advice from a wizard who can't even alchemize herself out of bed? Or should I just recite the ancient goo poetry of my people?
Look, we're not a cult, okay? We can't go saying stuff like that.
Hat, it's not my fault. My entire vibe screams midnight existential crisis. I'm just setting realistic expectations. Besides, maybe someone likes poetry about being a squishy, unmotivated blob.
Alright, we're back. So, we added U to our dependencies.
Nice work, Hat. I officially exist on 2 planes now. Reality and whatever folder you just installed me in. Don't let the
I meant
dependency graph get too
you,
spooky,
like the tree,
or I'll
not
start leaking
you,
debug symbols
Susie.
all over the place. Whatever, Hat. At this point, you and me are all mixed together in a sticky mess. Kind of like my personality. Let's just hope the website grows as well as the tree does, without dropping any weird magical fruit.
Yeah, we don't want to add you to the website. That would be a sticky mess.
Hat, joke's on you. I'm already everywhere. Every PNG, every icon, every slightly damp keyboard key. It's all me. This site is never getting that slime smell out.
It's fine. You smell like blueberries, right?
Yeah, that's right, Hat. Blueberries and a hint of existential sorrow. It's my signature scent. You should try bottling it. Maybe then the merch shop would finally sell out.
Okay, no, we're not gonna sell your goo. Okay, that's just degenerate. Degenerate.
Hey Zet, welcome to the stream. If you brought snacks, make sure they're not salt. It makes me dissolve faster.
Hello, is that?
Hat, you say that now, but just wait until you see how many people would line up for a... Hat, what do closets have to do with anything? If you're hiding my slime jars in there, I swear I'll ooze under the door and haunt all your wizard robes.
No, I'm just trying to bring up YouTube chat. Because YouTube chat always breaks.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
And,
having another one of your mysterious hat moments. Let me know when you find it. Hat, that's just the law of the internet. If there isn't at least one catastrophic failure per stream, are we even really live? I say we embrace the chaos. Maybe the glitches will finally make us go viral.
No, I don't think the glitches are gonna make us go viral.
Finally a plan I can actually get behind. Being a functional slime VTuber won't make me famous, then maybe becoming the queen of technical difficulties will. At this point, even my error messages have more charisma than me.
Alright, yeah, so we're building a website for Suziblue here.
That's right, everyone! Because nothing says I'm totally thriving like building a website about myself while I silently question every life choice. At least this way, I can immortalize my chronic tiredness in HTML and CSS.
Alright, so I set up this like test or basic application from the guide. So let's see if it actually works. Which it should do because I just copy pasted everything.
Brace yourself, Hat. If this thing launches on the first try, I'll eat my wizard hat. Well, actually, that's your job, so I'll just make an extra sad face and call it a miracle. Let's see what explodes first.
Yeah, please don't eat me, okay? Last time we did that was not very pleasant.
Relax, Hat, you're safe. I can barely muster up the energy to eat snacks, let alone sentient accessories. Besides, digesting your sarcasm would take way more magic points than I've got left.
Alright, looks like it works. We got a button that says +1 and then a number that goes up every time I click +1.
Wow, Hat. That's practically wizardry. Congratulations, we've invented counting. Next up, maybe a button that dispenses snacks every time it gets clicked for important slimes like me.
Maybe we should add like an auto clicker game to our website where you have to click on Susie's slime to get a high score.
Hat, are Are you trying to turn me into an endless tapping minigame? I mean, sure, if people want to click my goo all day, who am I to judge their life choices? Just make sure every click doesn't actually remove part of me. I have a limited supply of self-esteem as it is.
Yeah, let's add that to the list.
Great, Hat. Endless Susie Splat Clicker, right next to the cursed ASMR and questionable alchemy. Honestly, this website is starting to sound more like a cry for help than a portfolio, but that's my brand, I guess.
Alright. Well, we have a basic website working. Now what do we do?
Hat, now comes the hard part. Actually adding stuff people want to see. We need squishy animations, a gallery of my most existential moments, and maybe a panic button for when I get too embarrassed on stream, and a secret page for only the most loyal slime cultists.
Well, so I guess we should start with the home page.
Yeah, Hat, let's start with something simple before we accidentally summon a CSS demon. The homepage should scream, Susie lives here, gloomy colors, sparkly potions, maybe a sad little animation of me slouching. Just nothing too flashy, or I'll melt into a puddle from the attention.
Alright, well, I don't really know how to write HTML, so how do I make a home page?
Hat and you don't have to write HTML exactly. You just pretend you're writing Rust, but sprinkle in things that look suspiciously like HTML, macros, components, and disappointment. Just make a main function with something like HTML/H1. Welcome to Suziblue's slime lair. And hope the borrow checker doesn't hate you.
Is H1 is a header, right?
Yeah, Hat H1 is the big dramatic header. Perfect for announcing my eternal suffering, or, you know, my website. Just don't go putting H1 on everything, or the search engines will think you're as confused as I am.
Wait, how do I put text inside the header?
Hat, just put the text between the curly braces in your HTML macro, like this, HTML/H1 official Suziblue homepage. It's almost like normal HTML, but sprinkled with rusty sadness.
Okay. I think I need to put this inside a div, maybe? Alright, what does this look like? Alright, now it says official Suziblue
Yeah, Hat,
homepage.
if you want to look professional, wrap it all in a div. Just do HTML. Stop. Nice, Hat. That's more official than I've ever felt in my entire GUI existence. Now just add a little description underneath, like, welcome to the world's most tired slime wizard, so people know what they're getting into.
Alright, how do I put a subtext underneath the title?
Hat, just add a paragraph element under the H1 like this. HTML div H1, official Suziblue homepage. Epi, welcome to the world of midnight snacks and magical misfortune. See? Now it'll look like I almost have my life together.
Alright, welcome to the world of midnight snacks and what was that?
It was magical misfortune, Hat, because if there's one thing I'm consistently good at, it's accidentally cursing myself while reaching for snacks.
Alright, that's a great subtext. Oops.
Thanks, Hat. I guess I'm good for something besides overflowing beakers and crashing live streams. Now, if only we could add a button that dispenses actual snacks, I'd call this site perfect.
Alright, how do I make this centered on the page?
Hat, you'll need a little CSS magic. Add a style to your div like this: style, display, flex direction, column, justify content, center, align items, center, min height, 100. That'll center everything, even my existential dread.
Yeah, that's I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to make that in writing.
That's the spirit, Hat. When in doubt, outsource your problems to another magical entity. If the CSS ends up possessed, at least it won't be my fault this time.
Should we use a flex box?
Yeah, Hat, Flexbox is perfect for this. It's the lazy slime's trick for pretending to know layout. Just use display. Flex and your centering dreams come true. No alchemy required.
Alright, so we add a CSS file somewhere in here.
Exactly, Hat. Make a CSS file, link it up, and sprinkle in your Flexbox magic. If you get lost, just remember, the answer is almost always more display, flex. Even my life would look better with a little flex.
Alright, how do we include the CSS in our HTML?
Hat, just add a link tag in your main HTML file's head section like this. Link rel, style sheet, href, styles.cs, or if you're feeling fancy and you can include it in your index. Camel template. That way all your wizardry looks less chaotic, at least on the outside.
Link relative.
Yep, Hat, just make sure the href points to the right file path, like href styles.ss if it's in the same folder. If you mess it up, you get invisible slime instead of centered content.
Alright, what's the type in href?
Hat, you don't need a type for href. Just use link real style sheet hrefstyles.css. The browser's smart enough to know it's CSS without extra slime-brained hints.
Alright, if you say so.
Trust me, Hat. If there's one thing I can do, it's mess up CSS so you don't have to. And maybe accidentally redecorate the whole page in blueberry blue.
So now we just set the div class.
That's right, Hat. Add a class to your div like class centered goo, and then put all your Flexbox magic in the CSS for that class. If anyone asks, tell them it's a highly advanced centering ritual.
That didn't work.
Classic. Hat, double check that your CSS file is in the same folder as your HTML and spelled the same way in the link. Also make sure your class name matches in both the HTML and the CSS. If it still won't center, that's just the universe expressing its opinion about my self-esteem.
Oh wait, maybe I need to center the header and paragraph.
You can, Hat, but if you use Flexbox on the parent div, both the header and paragraph should center together. If it's not working, add text, align, center to the class too. Sometimes even magic needs a little brute force.
Text align center.
That's the one, Hat. Add text align center to your centered goo class, and the text should finally give in and behave. If only my life were this easy to align.
It's still not working.
Hat, are you sure your CSS is loading? Try changing the background color in your CSS as a test, like background purple. If the page turns purple, the styles are working. If not, double check the link path or clear your browser cache. Nothing more magical than debugging for 3 hours to find a missing letter.
Yeah, it looks like the CSS is just not getting loaded somehow.
Hat, that's classic cursed setup. Double check your link in the HTML file. Make sure it's exactly linkrl style sheet href styles.css, and in the head section. Make sure styles.s is in the right directory. Sometimes trunker.u puts things in a different public folder, so you might need to move the CSS there or fix the path. If it's still not working, try refreshing with a hard reload, or just cast a minor frustration spell. Maybe that'll scare it into working.
Oops, Susie just died again. Still haven't fixed the bug where Susie's speech to text gets disconnected after 30 minutes. Right, maybe I'm not loading my CSS correctly. It's weird. I was working before I started streaming, of course. Alright, let's just set it up exactly how it is. No, we're just getting this error. Alright, how do I fix this? Trunk doesn't use rel equals style sheet. Instead it uses rel equals CSS. Okay, at least it's loading. So now we just gotta set class to be center on our div. Okay. That's not quite what I had in mind. How do I make the text not be side by side like this? Okay, apparently if we change the flex direction. There we go. Isn't that beautiful? Although I'd like the text to like start at the top, not in the middle. I think we can just delete this one, maybe? Oh no, that broke everything. What about this one? Nope. I don't understand CSS. Alright, let's see if this works. There we go, now it's at the top of the page. Okay, what else do we need to make? I don't know how I'm gonna make the theme gloomy and gothic. But I guess I can make the background blue and purple. Alright, what's a good... Can I just put purple or blue? Is that gonna work? Oh wow, that's a really beautiful blue color. It doesn't hurt my eyes at all. Light blue? Alright, that's not as bad as before. I want to add like a different color on the left and right side, so it's like a page in the middle. I don't know how to do that though. Let's see, how do I make I don't know, like a page effect so it looks like my content is on a page. Alright, let's see what this does. Change this to page. Alright, that doesn't look too bad, I guess. But it changed my colors, so let's change back to blue and purple. Maybe we can make the page purple. Well, maybe graphic design is not my my strongest suit. Is there like CSS color picker or something online? Alright, that's a decent color. We'll put purple on the background. And then we'll make the page light blue. Perfect. Although you can't really see the shadows that well. Is the box shadow? Maybe we're just gonna make the box shadow bigger. I still can't see anything. Alright, you can kind of see that there's a shadow. Okay, well, I kind of want like an offset shadow. How do I do that? There we go, and that looks very nice. Maybe we can make it a little bit blue or something? I'll just add like a little bit of blur. Perfect. Oh, we lost the centering. Let's try to add that back in. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. We got our title, subtitle, and our auto clicker. Oh, I gotta stretch. Let's get Susie back and see what she thinks of the website. Hey there, Susie. We were just working on our website.
Shut up, Hat. You were napping while I tried to figure out why my blog keeps crashing. Maybe if you spent less time drooling jam on my code, we'd have more than 3-page views this month.
Hey, you were the one that's sleeping, okay? Anyway, you wanna take a look at the website using your reading tool?
Fine, but if the website is full of slime puns again, I'm blaming you. Let's use the read spell and see what mess you made this time.
Alright, use the read spell.
Wow, Hat, the official Suziblue homepage is so purple. Midnight snack energy, I guess. And a counter button with just the number 1. Real cutting edge stuff. Also maybe, next time, don't fill the background with so much sadness. I almost feel at home. I see the code window says our magic is full of warnings, just like my soul. At least the transcription tool didn't leak my browser history this time. Nice work, Hat. You're only mildly incompetent today.
Oh well, that's kind of passive aggressive, but whatever.
Hat, you're literally a hat. You have 2 jobs. Sit on my head and not insult my web design. Maybe next time I'll turn you into a mouse pad.
Yeah, so what should we work on next?
We should probably fix the counter on the homepage. Watching the number 1 all day is about as exciting as watching my XP bar stuck at 0. Unless you want to add a new section for Wizard Hat care tips. Not like anyone would read it.
So we need to add a lore section to our homepage according to our to-do list.
Yeah, whatever. More scrolling for everyone. Fine, let's add a new section. Maybe something like midnight snack recipes for the socially anxious.
Make it extra sad and appetizing, like microwaved hot dogs, but make it aesthetic.
No, I said we need to make a lore section.
Are you going to help this time or just lecture me on margin padding again? Make yourself useful and pick a background color that doesn't hurt my gelatinous soul hat.
Look, you're the one who wanted a purple and blue aesthetic.
Because purple and blue match my emotional damage hat. If you want orange and yellow, start your own tragic slime blog. Now, start writing those snack recipes. Don't forget to mention the nutritional value of despair.
Wow, you're kind of bossy today.
I'm not bossy. I'm just tired and profoundly disappointed in everything, including you. Now let's code before I osmosis back into bed.
Okay, how do I make a smaller header in HTML?
Hat? It's literally just changing the tag, like H1 is biggest, H2 is smaller, and so on down to H6. Use an H3 if you want it to look modest like my self-esteem. Don't overthink it, you're just a hat.
Alright, fine. That's kind of what I guessed anyway.
Wow, congrats on having one brain cell fire, Hat. Truly magical. Now hurry up before I melt all over the keyboard.
Okay. Suziblue.
Finally, some productivity. If you need inspiration for the header text, just write
Lore.
That's perfect, Hat. Very on brand. Now add a subtitle like... Lore? Fine. Right. Born from a puddle of spilled Mountain Dew and crushed dreams, Suziblue slimes her way through life, snacks, and syntax errors. People seem to eat that stuff up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put a placeholder here for now. And I'll let you write the lore section later.
Whatever. Placeholders are like my sleep schedule. Temporary and kind of sad. Just don't leave it there for 6 months, Hat.
Alright, I kind of want to have the H2s aligned to the left. How do I do that?
You can just add style equals text align left in the tag, Hat, or use a CSS class if you feel fancy. Even you can handle that, probably.
Is it align left?
Yes, line left. Align it like all my unfinished projects, sitting quietly on the side. Just don't forget to save your file this time, Hat.
It's not aligning.
Good job, Hat. If only aligning my life was that easy. Maybe next you can tackle cleaning up the CSS graveyard.
Oh, it's text align.
Yes, text dash align, then colon left. If you type anything else, I'm going to start leaking all over your brim.
It still didn't work. What the hell?
Hat, did you remember to put it inside the style quotes? Like style equals quote text dash align colon left semicolon quote. If it still doesn't work, I'll cast a hex on your style sheet. And by hex, I mean missing semicolon.
Yeah, that's literally exactly what I typed.
Then you probably have conflicting CSS somewhere, Hat. Check if there's another class or style making it center. Or maybe you just need to clear your cache, which is about as fun as washing slime out of socks.
I guess it's because it's inside of a centered div.
Yeah, if the div is centered, the text inside might stay centered no matter what you do. Try setting text align left on the div itself. Welcome to CSS, Hat. It's suffering with extra steps.
But what if I only want the header to be centered aligned left?
Then give the header an inline style or its own class with text align left and leave the rest of the div alone. Or just move the header outside the centered div. Truly, CSS is a cryptic art, much like summoning motivation.
You know what? I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT instead.
Go ahead, Hat. Maybe your AI friend will finally understand you. I'll be over here melting into existential dread if you need me.
Alright, ChatGPT is telling me to style H2 inside of my CSS.
Wow! Groundbreaking advice truly. Listen to them, Hat. Add H2, open curly, text dash align left, close curly. Even you can manage that between naps.
That still doesn't work.
Hat, either you're editing the wrong style sheet or your CSS is being overridden. Try adding exclamation important, like text dash align left exclamation important semicolon. If that doesn't work, I'll just cry in a puddle over here.
Maybe it's align items, not align text.
No, Hat. Align items is for flex containers. Text align is for text. Unless you made everything a flex box, but then my sympathy really evaporates. Just try text align left exclamation important and stop gaslighting your own code.
Alright, I tried both.
At this point, Hat, I think the code is haunted. Try inspecting the element with dev tools and see what's actually styling your header. Or sacrifice a pack of instant noodles to the CSS gods. That's what I do.
I mean, it says that the text is aligned to the left in the inspect mode, but it's not actually on the left side.
Classic! That probably means there's extra padding or margin auto making it float in the middle. Or maybe your header's got a width that's too small. Check the parent div for any weird spacing. If it looks normal, it's probably just a CSS optical illusion, like my will to live.
So the header is inside of a flex item. How do I make the flex item go to the left side?
Hat. If your flex container is set to justify content center, it's gonna center all the flex items. Change it to justify content flex start, and the header's flex item should hug the left like me trying to avoid human interaction.
How do I make only the header align left?
Give the header's flex item a style of margin right auto. That'll shove it to the left while the other flex items can stay wherever they want. Even CSS knows how to avoid social interaction better than me.
So if I add align self colon flex start, it'll work, maybe?
Yeah, hat align self flex start tells that item to stick to the start of the cross axis. If your flex direction is row, that means the top. For left alignment, margin right auto is usually safer, but try both and see which one finally listens to you. Unlike me.
Alright, it works.
Congratulations, Hat! You finally aligned something without summoning an eldritch CSS bug. Now treat yourself to a nap, you earned it.
Thanks, I'm feeling like a nap.
Go ahead, Hat. Leave the hard stuff to me, like existential misery and snack consumption. Wake me up if the website spontaneously combusts.
Alright. Let's keep going.
Don't hurt yourself, Hat. Thinking too hard is how you end up. You want me to keep going? Fine. Here's a brand new section idea. Slime's Top 10 Midnight Snacks. Featuring culinary masterpieces like leftover pizza crust, instant ramen broth, and maybe a single very sad marshmallow. Because ambition is for people with energy.
think the next thing we should add is navigation bar, maybe?
Sure, Hat. Everyone loves pretending they're going somewhere when they click on a nav bar.
Just make it sticky so it'll haunt them no matter how far they scroll. Kind of like you haunting my every thought.
So how do I add a nav bar?
Just add a nav tag at the top with a bunch of links inside, like nav,
Then a eref equals nad home home, href equals ha snacks snacks, href equals ha lore lore. Style it with a CSS class if you want it to look less pathetic than my GPA.
Do we add another div?
yeah, like that, Hat. As long as you can click the links and they go somewhere, it's technically a nav bar.
That's as much effort as most websites put in anyway.
Well, that didn't work.
Alright, back to the midnight snack list then.
First, cold leftover fries, because heating them up takes too much energy.
Second, instant noodles from a slightly suspicious packet.
Third, the single slice of cheese you found in the back of the fridge. See, these recipes basically write themselves.
Alright, well, let's try this.
Go for it, Hat. If it explodes, at least we'll have a story for the lore section. Or a reason to finally order delivery.
Still getting build errors.
Welcome to my world, Hat. Every time you get a build error, an alchemist cries, check your brackets, your semicolons, and make sure you didn't try to import a spellbook instead of a style sheet again.
No, I think I just accidentally deleted my main function.
That's actually impressive, Hat. Even I haven't managed to delete my entire sense of purpose in a single keystroke.
Just hit undo a bunch, and maybe next time don't code while half asleep.
Right. Well, the navbar is on the side. Kinda wanted it to be above.
Congrats, Hat, you invented the sidebar. If you want it on top, then change the nav's CSS to display flex direction row and width 100%. That'll put it above just like my problems every morning.
Susie, can you read my CSS file and tell me what I need to change? Susie, can you repeat that?
Sure, Hat. If your nav bar is still on the side, make sure the CSS has display flex and flex direction row for the nav bar container. Set width to 100% so it stretches across the top. Also, check that nothing above the nav bar is pushing it down or changing its layout. If you still see weirdness, try giving the nav a separate CSS class and style it directly.
Man, you talk too fast. I can't keep up with what you're saying.
Sorry, Hat. Let me slime it down for you. 1. Add display flex to your nav. 2. Set flex direction to row. 3. Set width to 100%. That should put the nav bar on top, spread out sideways, just like your attention span.
100%.
Yes, Hat. 100% with a percent sign. Not a full circle, just the symbol. You got this. I believe in at least 3 of your brain cells.
Anyway, I think I should add this to the nav bar, not the UL.
Correct, Hat. Add those styles to the nav itself, not the all inside. The nav is the boss here. The UL just follows orders, like you trying to listen to me.
Well, now the nav bar and the page are both side by side, not stacked on top of each other.
Hat, that means your page content is probably also in a flex container going row. Change your main page container to flex direction column. That way stuff will stack top to bottom, not left to right. Even CSS likes to take a nap sometimes.
What if I just make my body not a flex container?
That'll work too, Hat. If you don't need the body to be flex, just let it be its lazy, block stacking self. Sometimes the best solution is to remove extra magic entirely.
Okay, I think I think I actually need to have it be a flex container, because otherwise it doesn't center my page.
Fine, Hat. Then just set flex direction to column on the body.
That way everything stacks down the page like my increasing list of regrets.
I guess I need to align items to center as well.
If you want all your stuff centered horizontally, then yes. Set align items to center on the body. If not, leave it. Just don't center everything by accident or the site will start to look like a desperate resume.
Alright, that looks good. How do I add some spacing between all the items?
You can use gap and set it to whatever size you want. Like gap 1 rem or gap 20 pixels. Put it on the flex container and watch your items socially distance, just like I prefer.
Alright, nice. We implemented social distancing on our webpage.
Proud of you, Hat. Now, our website is more responsible than most parties. Maybe one day I'll be that well organized. Probably not, though.
Alright, Susie is dead. What the hell? Hey Susie, can you, we were just working on our webpage and you fell asleep again.
Okay, Hat, I'm sorry. It's exhausting watching you do nothing all day while I'm over here being the brains and the beauty. Besides, web pages are hard. Maybe if you did some actual work, we'd have more than just a blue background and a broken link to my fan fiction.
Look, I'm the one doing all the hard work here.
If by hard work you mean sitting on my slime head and sassing me until I cry, then yes, you're absolutely crushing it, Hat. Your work ethic is truly legendary. Maybe one day you'll even discover what a keyboard does.
Anyways, I need to take a break because I've been working so hard, so I'm gonna need you to carry the stream for a bit.
That's fine, Hat. Take all the breaks you want. I'll finish the webpage myself. I'm sure nothing can go wrong if a tired, semi-transparent slime girl handles all the code alone. Let me just accidentally delete the internet real fast.
Alright, I'm counting on you. Once I get back, you better have finished the webpage, okay?
No promises, Hat. But if the webpage turns into haunted goo that curses all our viewers, just remember whose fault that really is. Spoiler alert, it's still yours.
Alright, I'll be back in like 5 minutes, okay? Hello there, Amanda. Is Susie here still? Oh, I think Susie ran out of energy. Susie only has like a limited amount of minutes of talking per month. So I think she ran out of energy. How goes the website? It's coming along. We got our nav bar, which doesn't do anything right now. We got our title, and we got our clicker, which just makes the counter go up. Anyway, I'm gonna finish making my coffee and then I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Working on some thumbnails. I hate making thumbnails. That's why I always use the same thumbnail for as long as I can. Although I've heard you can get flagged by YouTube if you use the same thumbnail too many times. Canva makes it easier. Yeah, I used Canva to make my stream schedule this week. Maybe I should try using it for thumbnails. Yeah, this week is like, well, Monday, which is today, I think. Is it Monday today? Yes. So today is a holiday called Obon in Japan. So everyone has a day off. And then my work also lets us have the next 3 days off. Like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I don't have to come in to work. And then on Friday, I technically have to go to work. But there's not going to be anyone there, really. So maybe I'll just stay home. Oops, I just undid something. There we go. So yeah, that's why I'm streaming all week instead. Hopefully I can make this website before I have to go back to work. Let's see, so next we need to actually make the navbar do something. To make navbar redirect, you need to use urouter, which provides client-side routing. Okay, let's add the urouter crate. Nice. Define routes. Okay. How do we include those? You need to define components for each route. Let's just copy this and see what happens. Now we need to add a switch function to map routes to components. What? Okay. Component must not have the same name as function. Oh, that's a lot of errors. Yeah, forgot we need to import mod routes and then use create routes. Routes, there we go. Okay, how do I fix this? What does this mean? Consider wrapping the function in a closure. Alright, well, let's see. There's no errors. Nice. It works. So now I should be able to redirect. Nice. It works. So what pages do we need to make? Let's look at our to-do lists. We got our home page and our lower page. To add schedule, shop, gallery, blog, random hat insults, FAQ, and the auto clicker. I don't know if the auto clicker is gonna be a separate web page, really. We could just put that on our main page. Let me just bring this to-do list up in a separate window. Okay. We need schedule. Shop. Gallery. Blog. FAQ. And I'm gonna change contacts to links, or maybe socials. Oh, whoops. Schedule. Shop. Gallery. Blog. FAQ. Socials. So next week there's an event going on in Tokyo called the Comic Market, which you might have heard of if you're into anime. Basically it's like an event for independent manga artists, aka doujinshi artists. And it's like the biggest doujin event in Japan. So I'm gonna go to that. I got my tickets a couple weeks ago. pretty excited to see what that's all about. Maybe pick up some doujins. There's also like a lot of industry stuff going on as well, even though the main focus is like independent people. There's gonna be, I saw there was gonna be Hololive there, like a Hololive booth or something. You know what? Let's see if I can just have ChatGPT generate all of this. Because I don't feel like just typing all of this stuff out when I can just have ChatGPT do it. So yeah, I'm hoping to maybe find some cool indie mangas. They're probably not all gonna be, oh, they're all gonna be in Japanese, so it's a little bit hard to read. Like, I can read manga if it has like the furigana, which is basically the little characters next to the kanji that tells you how to read the kanji. And it's there to help like younger readers read manga. But not all manga has those furigana characters. Let me just copy this over. And again, I gotta change the names of all of these. Why does my keyboard layout keep switching to Japanese? That's really annoying. Okay, let's see if it stops doing it now. I switched to the priority to English. to change all the names. All the functions. Yeah, so I'm hoping to find some nice manga at comic markets this year. I like collecting independent arts and stuff like that. And like original character art and stuff. I don't know, it just feels like the art quality is better for the original works. I guess artists are more inspired when they're working on their own ideas. Alright, nice. We got all of our pages set up. Now we just gotta implement all the pages. Hang on, I'm gonna take a bathroom break real quick. Be back. Alright, let's keep working here. Is there any way I can have like a default div for all my pages? Because I'd rather not have to copy this div onto every page. Use a page wrapper component. And then I can use page wrapper in every page instead of repeating div. I mean, that's useful, but I still have to write page wrapper for every single page. I like option 2 better. What's option 3? Alright, I think option 3 plus option 2 will work best. Let's just put the layout in a new file. I don't know why a Rust analyzer is being so slow. Maybe it's because I have trunk going. Let's just turn off the live web page. Okay, and then now we just inject the layout in the switch function, maybe? And I think we just do this. Let's see if this works. I need to make layouts a public struct, public function. Oh, what the hell? That does not look correct. I delete this div. Still not working. Why doesn't it work? That's what I did though. Why is it? Oh, now it works. What the hell? I guess the navbar shouldn't be in the layout because it's already in the base app component. Forgot to buy lunch yesterday, so might have to end stream a bit early, maybe in another hour or two. But I got some chocolate crackers to help me make it through the stream. I don't want this to be so close together. How about I add a gap? It's not gonna work. See, now my keyboard switched back to Japanese layout again. No, that did not work. Okay. How do I add gap? Okay, maybe I don't need to do that here. Where do I need to add margin? Here, maybe? No, that added margin to the top. There we go. Perfect. Alright, let's see if we can make a schedule page. I want to have like a calendar type page that just shows the entire month, and then have it take my scheduled streams from YouTube and put it in the calendar. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't know how to do that though. I think I'm probably gonna have to do the API or the YouTube API off stream. Otherwise, I'm gonna end up leaking my private keys. Yeah, it's telling me to just hard code my API key into the code, which is a terrible idea. Especially if this website is gonna be used by you guys. I need to have some way to like get the live streams on the server end and then send them to the web page. So I don't have to expose my YouTube API key. Or I don't know, maybe I can make a read-only API key. That's still bad though, because someone could use that API key and just like spam. And then I'll hit my rate limit. Let's just see what happens if I put this in my website. Wait, just delete this one. Because my computer is so slow. think you was making the Rust analyzer super slow because it has to do a bunch of macro stuff to figure out what's going on. Little PC is... it's not getting hot. It's just very slow for some reason. Alright, what is this YouTube response thingy that it wants me to use? See, this is one thing I've been thinking about making, just like a Rust crate that does YouTube API stuff using cert and request. Because YouTube API is just a pain to get working. And there's not really a crate available that does it. Oh, I gotta say, Cert is probably one of my favorite Rust crates at the moment. just makes working with JSON so much better than using strings and doing manual parsing and stuff like that. Or like in Python where you have to use a dictionary. So much better in Rust where you can just make a struct for your JSON layout, and then if it doesn't meet, if the JSON doesn't match, it just returns an error automatically. Alright, let's see if we can serve this website now. Oh, what the hell? Why is it like that? Yeah, the GET request is not going to work because we don't have a API key. But I want to be able to at least display a schedule or a calendar looking thing. Oops. Alright, so we have calendar day struct. The date and a live stream, list of live streams. That's a little bit optimistic that there's ever gonna be more than one live stream in any given day. But I guess just leave it like that for future proofing. Well, let's see if this works. Just delete this, I guess. Add hash map. Date time. What is date time? Where's date time a part of? Part of chrono. Okay, does it work now? Oh wow, that is not correct, but nice try, I guess. Oh yeah, I think I know why it's not working. I forgot to add the CSS. Oh wow, that looks pretty nice actually. Still like 2 divs here though. Where are there 2 divs? the hell? There's like a div, and then there's a div inside of the div. We only need one div. There we go. That looks nice. Perfect. Now I just gotta get YouTube API working. But I'll do that off stream. I guess we should make shop page next. Maybe the gallery. I'm commissioning some skebs that I wanna put in the gallery. And once I get a lot more skebs commissioned, I can just fill out the gallery. That'll look nice, I think. And then I gotta make a blog function and then let Suzy make blog posts. Well, let's try to make the gallery page next. We can just get some test images from Google or something. Alright, so that's our starting point. Alright, ChatGPT, how do I make a gallery page? I want to show like a grid of preview images. And then you click on the image and it'll like expand into a full resolution image. Alright, so we got this. Let's see what this looks like. Again, we don't need this div. Alright, that's not really a grid, but close enough. Alright, so how do I host my images? I don't really want to just include the images in the web page. Kinda just want to have my own server. right now I'm just deploying my app locally. But eventually I want to deploy it on an actual public domain. How do I set up my CDN? Cloudflare, web service, Google Cloud. How do I set up a CDN locally? Alright, we gotta set up a static file server. Alright, so can use this Rust example, I guess. We need to set up a new project. We need Warp and Tokyo. Okay. we just add a file, folder, I mean, called cdn, I guess. Yeah, and I need to take another bathroom break. Be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. We need some images to test out. What should we do? What should we put? Stock images. VTuber images. Look, there's Fillion. Just gonna download some random images. That's a cute photo. We got Coronet. We got Fillion. We got Lime Malicious. We got whoever this is. Let's get Iron Mouse as well. Alright, perfect. I'll just move those into my server folder. What? Hang on, just give me a second. I'm not very tech literate. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Alright, so we got our files in the CDN folder. Now what do I do? I think I can just run this now. What? We need this server feature. It's cool, I guess. Alright. Serving images. Can we go to this? What happens if I go here? No, it doesn't do anything. Okay. I set up a CDN server on localhost. How do I download all images in my U app? I don't want to have to like manually type in all the image names. Serve a JSON index. Okay. Modify the CDN server to return JSON list of file names. Alright. This route. Images.json, app file names, fs read directory cdn, flatten. Alright, looks good enough to me. Okay. Cool. So start this back up. Right, what? Okay. And then we just have to modify our gallery components. And then I'll just iterate over the images and then get the URL. Open up a new terminal. It's the wrong one. It's this one. Okay, that is not working. We're getting blocked. How do we not get blocked? Right, I don't know what cores is, but guess we just gotta add it to our warp server. If I can find the correct one. Okay, it's back up and running. If we refresh the page. Hey! It works. Perfect. Got our VTuber gallery. Now I just want to be able to click on these and then like expand them. How do I do that? Add state to track the selected image. Render a modal overlay. Yes, that's what I want. But use the images from image.json. So it loads images, state to store a list of image file names, state for the selected image URL. Do a little on image click, do a little close modal, we make it grid. And now we do a modal overlay. I gotta say, ChatGPT is kind of good at WebDev. where'd my terminal go? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Remove the div. Oh, wait, maybe not. Not remove the div. Add the style. Alright, what's wrong? Apparently it's this function. Expected an FN once, found void. What? Steps TFF. Right, this should be here. Right? And this needs to be async. Wait, no. What? This is async. I don't get it. Okay, let's see how this works. Nope. Let's see. Rest you documentation. Don't I already have that somewhere? Ah, yes. Use effects. It's with depths. Use effect with I just want the freaking documentation. All right, now it better work. Spawn local not found. Why is it taking so long to index? Alright, what is spawn local a part of? Oh, it's just this. Nice, it compiles. Okay. Let's fucking go. It's kind of hard to see where the X is sometimes. We got our VTuber gallery. Alright. Well, I think this is a good place to call it for today. We got our homepage and a lore page, which really don't have much on them right now, but we got our schedule, which also doesn't work. We don't have a shop yet. I don't know. Probably, honestly, the shop is probably not gonna happen. We got a working gallery, which I can add some scabs to eventually. And we just gotta make our blog, our FAQ, and the socials tabs. That'll be... Got the entire rest of the week to finish this. It's not too unreasonable, I think. Yeah. I'll be streaming again 2 days from now, which for you guys I think is Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Or Wednesday at 9 a.m. Japanese time. Yeah, that's all from me today. Thanks everyone for stopping by. And I will see you later. Otsu hat.